316-0001. You give me your phone number. Give me your phone number.
Mic test. Mic test.
Yeah, I'm here. Audio out.
1, 2. 1, 2.
It's okay now.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Okay, that one.
1, 2.
So Mike, I don't know the thing off and on.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Not here.
1, 2.
Everything is okay.
It's not showing. No signal.
It's from here now.
No, it's not from here. It comes and goes. I don't know why it's doing that. Not from here.
It came on before.
It has been on
We are
for a very long time.
Yeah, the phone. I would try the other one. No, the other one.
Someone is to
What about this?
Send it to me too.
What about this?
Well, obviously, disco light.
Disco light. No, I think we off this disco light. I don't off disco light. Because so you can see that. You can see the disco light. You can see anything. You can see. Much better now. All these lights. All these lights. What about everything?
Yes.
Of course, now. If it's dark, the camera here will not see anybody.
Then stand there. Let's make.
No, it's going to be that. I told the cameraman. He said.
The best line goes
No, leave this one on. Leave this one. Leave this one. Leave this one. Who's finding this again now?
Robert,
We are projecting, on the white background. You are projecting the white screen on the white background.
Sorry, I'm thinking we should just bring screen from office.
It's too late to run. Better like this, you can see now. Even like this, it's okay like this for now.
I have
Better like this.
I have ATM. Press screen. This not
So what's wrong with this?
We are going to project
Are
the
you
white.
not capturing?
We are projecting the white.
Will it be dark or light? You don't need video.
What did you
This is the white background. We are projecting whatever we are projecting. The white. The side we are projecting from
white?
that's what I'm saying.
Look at that less. Look at that less. Look at that less.
I want to work
Someone can look at TV and
We are already live. People online are seeing us live, but the point that we want it to show there. That's the problem now. Then there's something wrong now. Because if it's not going to show. Will it be
Check your output.
Will it be there?
HDMI.
Will it be there?
my dream.
Output.
It can be there.
We took the rest.
But normally it's supposed to just show normally,
Normal.
even without.
Okay, do like this. Unplug the HDMI and plug it again. Then plug it with the link. Okay, plug it again. Let me show you. So just that's me.
No, we never have come up.
So connect it on your own. Start it. So go to so we start.
No, leave it there and start.
And see this one is working.
Okay.
Everything is connected. We'll figure out how to go up to the guests.
Put HDMI on and start.
Are you hearing that?
Put it on.
No, that's all got you. Imegua huko. Ten participants.
Somebody wants to withdraw like $3 million. Cash.
Not very because
Oh, he needs it.
yeah, it didn't take me down. Be accepted.
Wants access to this,
How would I say it? Yeah, in a castrate society, so why is it
he wants to go and do the remains. He needs to
the share. Share the
One
screen.
charge.
So every no,
I'm taking down.
Take one of those four.
how do we get video from video?
He wants to charge the camera. He will not be taking pictures.
You say now you want to touch camera?
I want to just.
So don't come across one. Both of you are sharing screen, right?
I see one. Just I see myself.
So the two systems are sharing the screen. Let's focus on what we're doing. We're not
I want to ask
So it's zero. That is zero only from your hand. Very nice.
Okay. Question bomb them. So I put monitor the Facebook. With our reactions. Please help us, please. That's on. That's the question order. Bring for me. Bring for me.
I can connect via our website, right? Connect from our website.
Facebook.
Yeah. The live. You see what you don't go to Facebook.
Go to Facebook. Reactions, whatever reactions that are there on Facebook. You respond to them, questions, you know, respond to them. What's that? Yes.
I just wanted that link to someone at transport. So if I'm going, is it this one?
We are ready. Okay, so that live stream is not up here.
It's not.
Okay.
Okay.
It's right now.
No.
Okay, so now, let's do it. Who was the microphone?
And buy land 400, 500,000. I will carry this guy level, be money block. They will not even look for survey until whatever. At the end of the day, I've laid the structure and I leave.
Your conference room.
We want, this is from online. We want to ask them if they are carrying us from this mind. You understand? Okay.
What the answer?
We want to ask Mr. Just say Mr. Mwabuzo, can you hear us? Yes. Dr. Mwabuzo, can you please hear us?
Can he hear you?
Because you're
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Mwabuzo.
Good morning, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Just a second.
okay. I think we are done.
I can't hear from you, but I can hear from the. Come again. No, not from here.
Hello. Okay, it might be on. Okay.
Oh, yes. You'll be coming so soon.
Thank you.
That's stuff we had the weather of the
What happened with the audio? Can't get you right from here. It's technical. Yeah, why? Yeah, no sense. I'm trying to say I can put the devices together. No, not that. The device are not okay.
I can hear. Let's talk again.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Please do it one more time. Please talk one more time. I want to hear by myself. Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello? Not here.
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me, but it's not you. Yeah, hello. Not here. want to say something. No, no, nothing. Just talk again. Talk again. Talk.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? It's a great program. Are you hearing me?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. So sorry for this. We're about starting. Thank you so much.
Microphone of IRS. They should unmute the microphone.
Please,
They should unmute IRS.
if you are hearing me, IRS, you've been asked to unmute your microphone. Mr. Gabriel, please unmute us.
No. So you should unmute.
It's IRS.
No.
It's IRS.
No, it's this one. I mean, there are two. Okay,
There are two IRS.
Okay, there are two.
Yes.
Okay, there are two. They are said it's come.
One is for video, one is for audio. That's what they said.
There are two IRS here.
Yes, this one.
It's unmuted.
Yeah, I can hear you live and clear. Stanley. I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Yes.
I like this. Unmute IRS showing Stanley. Hello? Hello? Yeah, please unmute the microphone of because I was IRS one showing Mr. Stanley.
I should unmute it.
It's unmuted.
Not your own. The one showing Stanley. Unmute.
It's unmuted. It's not you.
How about their own?
It's unmuted. If it is muted.
Okay, so can hear you, sir. Yeah. No. In your own, it was muted. In their own, is it unmuted?
It's unmuted.
In their
Anyone
own.
that is not muted, that is muted, you see this sign. You see like this one is muted now.
So we are going to go there.
When you're ready, pick it up.
Okay, let me talk to somebody else.
That's my phone.
Once. Hello. I greet you, sir. Why you didn't watch me now? No. So there's no need for me to come there now. Let me sit here and attend to some other matters. So, okay, I'm watching from the office. Okay. Are you going back? Okay. It's all right. Well done. La Shakara.
Hello, my brother.
I greet you. How are you doing?
Hello.
Once again, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to this one-day webinar and sensitization exercise on our tax management system, organized by the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service, taking place here at Huggies Hotel on this day of our Lord, Tuesday, the 29th day of March, 2022. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a very special way, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome very specially the Executive Chairman of the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service. And you please join me as we put our hands together to welcome Mr. Akpanke Oga. Mr. Chairman, are you going to be operating from the back? We need you in front here. Okay, thank you. May I also quickly acknowledge in a very special way the Director of Administration. Let's welcome Mrs. Omini John. Let's put our hands together for her. I also like to acknowledge the presence of the Director of Personal Income Tax, Mr. Matthias Ashiba. I also like to acknowledge the presence of the Director of Finance and Supply, Mr. Isamo. We also acknowledge the presence of the Director of Other Taxes, Mr. A.K. Igoke, as well as the Director of PRS, Mr. Patrick Ayondi. Can we please welcome them very specially? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me as I also acknowledge in a very special way the Chairperson Society of Women in Taxation, Cross River State. Let's welcome Dr. Mrs. Wal Usang. You're welcome. We welcome all representatives of the banks, the various banks that are present here, and also all stakeholders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, to call this session to order, I'd like to hand over the microphone to the Director of Administration as I ask the Director of Finance and Accounts to please be on standby for the opening prayers.
Chairman and all special guests, you're all welcome this day in Jesus' name. We thank God for this day. We are not going to take so much of your time, but we know that this sensitization exercise is to help us engage properly in this digital economy. So as you have come, please ensure that you listen, and whatever you have to take home will help you in your tax processes and other tax management systems. Thank you, as you're all welcome in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that the Director of Finance and Accounts is not on seat at the moment. So I'll be inviting Mr. Matthias Ashiba to give us the opening prayers.
Please, can we rise?
Let us pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity you have given to your children. Internal Revenue Service, we are here to commit the administration of cross-border state internal revenue into your hand. We are now living in the digital economy, and all of us, we are struggling to see how we'll be in line with the world. Father, help us. Whatever we're going to discuss here, whatever we're going to learn here, may you take it into our brain, take it into our working system, so that at the end of the day, honor and glory shall be ascribed to your name. For in Jesus' name we pray.
And amen. Very shortly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be inviting the executive chairman to give us his welcome remarks. Before then, I'd like to please appeal that we put on standby the representative of the president and chairman of council. I'm talking about Dr. Nwabuzo Emeka, to please be on standby as we would like to receive a message from the president and chairman of council. While that is being done, permit me at this point to quickly invite for the welcome remarks the executive chairman of the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's welcome Mr. Akpanke Oga.
Okay, thank you, Terem. Good morning, everybody, distinguished taxpayers. Good morning. I don't think it's out of place to say Happy New Year. This is the first time we've seen some of you. On behalf of the service, I want to say a very big thank you to you, those who are here physically, and I think I can see we have more people virtually. Thank you very much for attending this webinar where we're introducing our integrated tax management system to you, our taxpayers. As we all know, the process of revenue administration for direct and indirect taxes involves filing, assessment of the entities identified through the process of enumeration, billing and issuance of demand notice of various types, revenue payments, issuance of receipts for revenues paid, and most importantly, revenue reporting. The administration of these processes describes our integrated tax system. In our case, working with your good selves, efforts has been made to automate these processes with a view to entrenching seamlessness from filing of annual returns through issuance of automated instruments as receipts and tax clearances. So what we're saying in effect is, with this system, you can sit down, use your laptop, use your mobile phone, create a taxpayer ID, enumerate, file your annual returns, file your monthly returns, make your payments online, get your receipts, get your tax clearance certificates and other documents. Whether it's for withholding taxes, whether it's for pay or other taxes, everything can be done seamlessly using modern technology. So the purpose of having this event and this webinar is to introduce an integrated tax management system to you, a taxpayer, and to put you through to see how the process works and how it will make life easy for you and everybody. After the event, we're also going to make available material to guide you on the process. This event has been designed for both virtual and physical preparation, to feature live demonstrations, training on various aspects of the tax administration, including filing, assessment, billing, payments, receipting, and reporting, particularly as it relates to payee, direct assessments, and withholding taxes. We will also offer insights into our centralized billing system, which the service is administering. In conclusion, I want to recognize and thank all participants, our esteemed taxpayers, as we hope for a beneficial experience. Thank you very much.
That was the opening remarks by the chairman of the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service. Can we once again put our hands together for Mr. Apanke Oga? Thank you. Are we ready now for the message of the national president? Can we please hook up to Dr. Nwabuto Emeka, FCTI, who is representing Mr. Adeshino Adedayo, MNI, FCTI, on this very program to give us a message.
Good morning. The chairman of the Internal Revenue, Cross River State. Good morning, all participants. I'm standing on the duly established protocol. My name is Dr. Nwabuzo, a council member of Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. I'm representing the president of the institute. Whatever I say here today that is on the negative, please hold me responsible. And whatever is okay, please hand it over to my president. I'm actually going to read this address verbatim and make my own comment at the end of the day. This is the address by the 15th CITM president, Mr. Adeshino Adedayo, MNI, FCTI, at the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service webinar or sensitization exercise on tax management system, TMS, happening today. Protocols. I am delighted to welcome you all stakeholders to this occasion of Cross River State Internal Revenue Service one-day webinar / sensitization exercise on the tax management system, TMS. As you are aware, taxation is dynamic in nature. Therefore, we must keep abreast with latest developments and engage all important stakeholders in the recent digital developments on our tax system globally. The Institute is proud of this initiative by the State Board of Internal Revenue Service because it aligns with the goals of the Institute, whose pride herself as a knowledge-based institute. We commend the management of Cross River State Internal Revenue Service for organizing this sensitization program at a time like this, when the polity is replete with issues relating to fiscal federalism, particularly jurisdictional issues on the collection authority for VAT, value-added tax, and impact of digital economy. One of the key elements missing in tax mobilization efforts in Nigeria today is the seemingly low embracement of technologies, resulting in low tax compliance. Such low technological deficiency can be abridged with a forum such that which we are witnessing today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this program is intended to provide in clear and simple terms without any ambiguity, maximizing the use of tax management system in filing of our various taxes applicable to corporate entities and individuals, the mode of filing returns, the dates for filing returns, penalties for defaults, and so on. In every tax system all over the world, Nigeria inclusive, there are stakeholders who have the respective roles to play. Notably, the program is intended to provide a platform for taxpayers as critical stakeholders to make their concern, suggestions, and challenges known to Cross River Tax Authority with a view to foregoing a common front that recognizes the unique role of every stakeholder. Taxation is widely known to be a veritable source of revenue to the government, but its application is not one that is primarily voluntary in many parts of the world. As a matter of fact, if the opportunity presents itself, taxpayers will want to pay the possible minimum or evade tax entirely. Oftentimes, coercion and other actions are explored on the part of tax authorities towards eliciting compliance. Oftentimes, this situation is due to dissatisfaction with level of service delivery, quality of governance, and accountability by government. This notwithstanding, the starting point is for taxpayers to fulfill their obligations in line with relevant tax laws administered by tax authorities at all government levels. Citizens who demand for government to provide all the needed amenities before paying taxes. Of course, there is also the erroneous assumption that the tax authority, as collecting agents, are responsible for non-deployment of revenue generated for good service. This is not the case, as tax authority only collects and remits to government, who in turn determine how best to deploy the funds. In order to have moral right to hold government accountable, taxpayers must play their part. Nigerian tax system is confronted with many issues and challenges, such as multiplicity of taxes, opulence of tax legislation, poor database, tax touting, and complex nature of Nigerian tax laws, and so on. Many taxpayers are also concerned about issues relating to minimum tax, commencement dates, cessation rules, change of accounting date, and non-payment of tax refund, ease of paying taxes, to mention but a few. These issues, as outlined, impair the level of tax compliance by individuals and corporate entities alike. These issues affect not just the tax system, but is also a disincentive to investment, both local and foreign. Indeed, some of action has been taken towards addressing the issues as outlined. At the subnational level, some states have harmonized the number of taxes collectible in active collaboration with local governments, while some have commenced the process of streamlining the manner of assessing, collecting, and appeal procedure of levies and charges to be collected by local government through executive bills at the State House of Assemblies. This shall go a long way to eliminate touting and illegal roadblocks. It is also commendable that government has provided some level of incentives to small businesses who fall within particular threshold. Additionally, some state governments, including the Cross River State, has exempted some category of individuals from paying taxes. These actions are quite commendable and would help to engender quality and reduce the level of poverty. At this junction, I want to give the assurance that the Institute will not, in her enlightenment program, at this junction, I want to give the assurance that the Institute will not relent in her enlightenment program and will continue to engage relevant authorities towards achieving an efficient and effective tax Nigerian system. In concluding our address, I want to thank all invited guests, representatives of trade association, organized labor, employers, and indeed all participants for making it a point of duty to be here. My appreciation goes to the chairman and management of Cross River State Internal Revenue Service for partnering with us to avail participants the opportunity to be better informed about our tax system. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, honor, and privilege to be with you today. Thank you, and God bless you for listening. Additional Adedayo, FCTI MNI, the 15th President to Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Thank you.
We can now put our hands together for Dr. Nwabuzo Emeke, FCTI, a council member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, representing the 15th President and Chairman of Council, Mr. Adeshino Adedayo. Once again, let's put our hands together and thank him very much for joining us here live. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having our very first presentation, and this will be by APMAT. But just before then, I want to once again welcome all those who are joining us here at this moment for this one-day webinar and sensitization exercise on our tax management system. This first presentation will be the overview of the tax management system and will be presented by Mr. Tony Umejiofor, who is also joining us live. Mr. Tony, if you're ready, we are ready for you.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. We are ready. We are listening to you.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and invited guests. My name is Anthony Umejiofor. I work with AppMart Integrated Limited. So today we'll be having a look at first. I don't know. Can I have the screen so I can make some projections from here?
No, me, madam, you be telling sorry because it's how you are putting in trouble. Me, I've told myself, you push document.
Hello.
I mute myself.
Mr. Tony, can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so we'll be having a look at the overview of the tax management system. And we also see some of the features as it pertains to the operations of the Internal Revenue Service. Okay, then much later, we'll be having some demonstrations on some of these features that we mentioned here. Okay, so just a brief overview. Digital transformation in today's modern society focuses on the use of technology to replace improve transparency and have better and faster ways of getting things done. In Cross River, the tax management system represents the automated process we will see the current architecture the state collection system, which is fair direct. Been known, and then this is handled at the central Revenue Tax Central system, where registration of taxpayers, the database of taxpayers are maintained. Then this system also oversees issuance of electronic receipts and reporting to all stakeholders. Beside it, we have what we call here the verticals. The verticals represent all the other MDAs, special ministries or agencies that has anything to do with collection, assessment, and issuance of all documents that stands as evidence of compliance, either for tax or for all revenue payments. Okay, so we have, for example, the vehicle, land, and I will explain why this is very important to show us this overview, because what happens in Cross River today is that everything is centrally administered with respect to housing the data of the taxpayers. So all the other ministries lash on this to be able to do their transaction. So with this, you can pull all records of the individual at one click of a button, have visibility of whatever anybody has paid. So we will go on to the tax management system itself. Which are available to stakeholders like the taxpayers themselves, the operators, the assessment officers, and other compliance agencies within and outside the state. We have the e-filing. This is the electronic way for corporate bodies. There is a portal for filing of all their annual returns. You can do this from the comfort of your office. All you need is just a computer with internet connection, and you'll be set up to access this service. This is also available to individuals who are duly already registered in the database and issued the tax identification number. They can also, from the comfort of their home, file their different returns. Okay, so the second aspect is the direct tax. Is a component in the tax management system, which makes sure that all individuals are fairly and accurately taxed in compliance with the provisions of the law. Okay, so this removes all manual computation or calculation of tax. The process is simple and it is accessible, available to the tax officers, and also, most importantly, available to the taxpayers themselves through the self-service. So this means you can, from your home, after your filing, assess yourself and also make payments for the tax that has been computed therein. Then the third component of this tax management system is the pay as you earn. Most times the issues around large data, maintenance of data, computing for example, you have 2,000 staff, you have to compute their taxes individually before you'll be able to meet with these obligations. So this system has provided an easy tool for you to be able to achieve this by registering your staff, being able to calculate from the portal the taxes your staff are supposed to pay by simply uploading their schedule, and this can be done on monthly basis to come up with the liability and also have a means to make your payments. This can be available to the taxpayers themselves to be able to do this from the comfort of their house. Okay, so we also have the withholding tax module. This withholding tax module provides avenue for agents withholding tax to register, also file their collections on monthly basis. This provides the tool for you, because most people who over the time you make payment or your withholding taxes are deducted, but because there is no means of an end-to-end system that will manage this, you most times you are not able to make claims or have your credit notes, which of course by the time you are doing your filing and paying your actual tax are supposed to be credits to you. So this has been automated. You'll be able to get your credit notes once your transaction has passed through the withholding tax module. Okay, so for other management use, we also have the audit module, which handles audit and for both directors and for PE. Okay, so over to TCC. Over the years, it's been difficult to get tax clearance easily. What deployment of this module has achieved in Cross River is that as of today, you have an easy access to request for your TCC and get your TCC within the shortest possible time. We are also working on the timeline to achieve almost instant capability, so that at an instant request, you get your TCC for this purpose. Okay, so your receipts are also electronic. Any single payment you are making to the state, you are able to get your receipt electronically in your email, and also this is also available from the point of services where receipts can be gotten from. So I've mentioned that in all these modules that we have mentioned, we have carefully provided web access to both corporate individuals and corporate and individuals to enable them do this from their homes, and have a tool that removes the burden of having to compute and calculate taxes. Of course, the essence of all this we've mentioned is that there is visibility, both for the taxpayer and for the management of Internal Revenue Service. So we have a central dashboard where all activities that happen from different NDAs, collections, number of individuals that are coming into the tax net are available both for management use centrally. And it's also worthy to mention that individuals, taxpayers who have their logins in the self-service or self-portal will be able to, at the click of a button, see all their payments to the state over the years, see all liabilities that there has been generated, see all bills and things that they are supposed to pay to the government. With just a click of a button, you have an overview of all this so that you don't lose out or default by any means. Okay, so I will just give us just a little diagram of some of these things that I have explained here. The sit at the middle, which provides information on taxpayers upon registration. Also, for payment purposes, this information, when you go to the bank to make your payment, you don't start giving the banker your name. You simply supply your identity number. The system has been integrated with the banks to provide this information. So you are not asked your name, you just provide your identification number. The same thing for payment channels that are available online. You simply provide your ID, who the things you are supposed to pay, and make your payment. This you can do from the comfort of your home. Okay. Also, from the mention, also on the documents you require, receipts, certificates, and other documents. You can also get this without moving. Grows on daily basis, because from all points of sales or all points of service, individuals are able to come into the tax net. Okay, so I don't know if there might be questions or questions. If there are anybody that needs further clarification on some of these features, we can expand further. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Sincere apologies for the technical issues, especially the audio. We are supposed to be having a question and answer session. I don't know if we have questions for Mr. Tony. If you have, please indicate. Just raise your hands. We can bring the microphone to you. I'm very sure Mr. Tony is still with us. Mr. Tony?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Please,
Hello?
do we have questions for Mr. Tony?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, please, I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
That's from
Thank you
Buchi.
very much. Yes, please. Thank you very much for the update given to us. I would like to ask if you can give us the process on how we can remit withholding tax online, because I tried it out one time and it didn't yield any positive result. If you can give us the processes or the guidelines, we'll really appreciate that.
Okay, so after this session, there will be a practical demonstration on these processes. I hope that should be able to address that area of your question to show in practical terms how you can start and end this filing for withholding tax.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Mr. Tony, I think we also have another Wesa Pharmacy is joining us online too. I think she has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I just want to ask if it is possible that we could have your presentation maybe in hard copy so that we can always do some review on it every now and then when we have issues. Or your phone number that we can also call you for further clarifications. And then on specific issues here, we actually did have, I had issues with the audio. And I also apologize, first of all, for joining late because I kept going in and out and it wasn't possible. So is it possible to get a clarification on what direct assessment means?
Okay, yes. In personal income tax, which are taxes that the income that focuses on individuals and their earnings. The direct tax is it's not a tax on its own. It's a form of personal income. It's a special purpose vehicle for assessing individuals who are not under employment. Okay, so if you are either self-employed or you are in business, maybe an enterprise, or you have other sources of income.
Sorry, we could barely hear you. I think I've lost network altogether.
Okay, sincere apologies once again. We also have ECMT Limited also on standby for a question.
Hello?
ECMT.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, for this wonderful presentation. My concern on this refu tax central system, it actually, I would like to know if there's any cutoff period, that is a transition period whereby we know that this application is going to commence from this period, so that at every point in time, all the transactions that we have done with Cross River Internal Revenue, that we can still be able to access some of the documents that we have received or the TCC that we are yet to know, that we are yet to get from them. Precisely, is it possible for us to still be able to, like the annual return that we have done for the year 2021, of which we've even received a notification for the tax audit? Are we saying that if the tax audit is concluded, do we have the hope of getting our TCC online based on this new deployment of this technology? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I will answer your question in two parts. This deployment, of course, is it follows a change management process, which ensures that some level of transactions that are done manual backlogs are migrated, and also have a clear cutoff date. For the dates, the management of the service would communicate a clear guideline on when this processes would completely be migrated to. But I understand for the time being, some of them are still available for taxpayers who are not aware of this, and also taxpayers who have not been trained. Of course, some people have been trained over since we started this, and they have access to these capabilities to get your TCC instantly. These things have to do with data. If you do your monthly filing, make your remittances every month, you don't need to interface with anybody to get your TCC, because even the individual on your establishment with their access can log in and request for their TCC. Once they're eligible, that is transmitted to them electronically. Okay, so the cutover time will be communicated by the management, and will also communicate clearly in a written format what you expect in terms of guidelines. So I believe that in the next 1 week, those guidelines with respect to withholding, payee, and other direct taxes will get across to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tony. I'm sure that should be all for that. Can we please join them by putting our hands together for Mr. Tony? Thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for your time.
Thank you.
Chairman,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while this talk was going on, a very critical stakeholder stepped in. Permit me, as I acknowledge the presence of the Accountant General to the government of Cross River State. Let's welcome Sir Joe Adi. We also like to acknowledge sponsors in a very special way, Zenith Bank PLC and Globus Bank. You're very much welcome. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would like to move straight into the second presentation. This will be the presentation of Pay As You Earn, Returns Filing Procedure. Permit me, as I invite Mr. Iboko Christian to do justice to this talk. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the Accountant General of the State. Good morning to the Director of Administration of the board and all invited guests present, both physically and virtually. Please, I would like your permission to sit while I demonstrate the payee module to you guys. Thank you. Please, if I can share my screen. So, according to the previous speaker, he has made it clear that there are some modules that were developed to help the state in revenue collection and proper transparency in all that concerns tax in the state. So I'm just going to touch on the payee module and show you the features and what this module can do. So first of all, before accessing this module, you need to get your login credentials from the board, from the ICT department of the board. Is you have to get your username and a password from the board. So for the company I'll be using to illustrate
this module for you today. They already have a login and a password, so I'll just quickly log in. Impute my password. Sorry, the network here is a bit slow. No. No. So at the point of logging in, you will be greeted with this screen. This right here, we call it the dashboard, the company self-service dashboard. On the left-hand side of this, I don't know if you can see it. It's blurry, but I don't know if you can see it clearly from where you are sitting. On the right-hand side here, we have some menus for you. So I'm just quickly going to click on the one that says company self-service. When you click on that company self-service button, a few options will pop out for you to pick from. So first of all, the options there, the first option there is add employee to branch. The second one there is import employees. The third one there is payee assessment. The next one, employees. Then mandates, e-tax filing, then filing history. So I'm going to go through all these menus one after the other. First of all, before you can use this payee module, you will need to have the information of your employees for your organization. All their information, their tax IDs, their emails, their phone numbers, all those information should be provided. Their monthly gross or annual gross, whatever one you want to use. Also, you need to input all these informations in an Excel file. This Excel file should not be formatted in any other format, but just a plain Excel file. I'm going to show an example of the file here. This company I'm using, this is the file format. We have this file format on our website, on the CRIRS Internal Revenue Service website. You can download this format as it is and use it to do your own payee monthly schedule. So on this file, we just have simple details of the taxpayer, the TIN, the phone number, the email, the employee's monthly gross. If they have NHF, life insurance, health insurance scheme or pension, you can include on yours. But for this one, they don't have any of those details. They just have their monthly gross. That's it. No pension, no life insurance. That's why we are using this file for today. But in your own instance, you might have all this information. Just input it here, it will still take it. Just don't format. I know some people do calculations inside their Excel. You don't have to do that. You can manually do your calculation elsewhere and bring it in. Because once you do those calculations, the system automatically does not accept those formats. So right now, before you start working, before you generate or raise a mandate for a particular month for your employees, you need to have people in the system that you actually want to generate an assessment for. So I'm just going to, the options here are either you add those employees manually by clicking add employees and typing in their information one after the other, which is a bit stressful. Me personally, I prefer using the import option. I just put, even if there are 500, I put the whole of 500 of them in an Excel file and I just import them into the system. So it's the import that I'm going to do now. So I'm just going to click on import employees, which is the second option on the drop down from company self-service. I apologize for the network again. It's a bit slow. So we'll just have to manage. So when it comes out, there's a little message there. It said selective amounts are annual instead of monthly. Like I said before, some people prepare their schedule, their pay schedule annually, and some do it monthly. Me, personally, when I do for my company, I do monthly. So I advise monthly schedule is better. So, and there's an option here that says choose file. Before coming to do this work, you already saved your Excel file in your system, so you know the name you give to your file. Me, I've done that for this training also, and I've named my file webinar presentation file. So I'm just going to pick my file and click on open. When you do that, this option drops down. Here, ordinarily, what you need to do here is just to map out what you have in your file. Like if I open my file again, I know you can't see my file right now, but the headings of my file are surname, first name, middle name, TIN, phone number, email, monthly gross. Those are the things on my file. So I'm just going to pick exactly what I have in my file over here. So when I click this says first name, I'm just going to pick surname from my file. The next option says first name. I'll do the same, first name. The next one, middle name. I'll pick middle name. So, and it's just that the projection is not clear. If you check, there are asterisks for fields that are compulsory. So when you get to this point, there are fields that are asterisks on it. Those fields are compulsory fields. Without any information on those fields, this project won't work. So you need to make sure all those asterisk fields are actually filled out. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue picking what I have in my file. Phone number, email address, TIN, then salary. It's not clear. Sorry, I apologize for the technical issues. Resolve that now. Okay, thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry for that. So at the point where you are done mapping out what you have in your file, at the point where you are done mapping out, the system gives you an option to extract what you have in your file. So I'm just going to go ahead and click extract. So exactly the information I have on my file is brought to this place. So this platform here gives you the opportunity to actually review what you are trying to upload. Here you can actually review if the information you are trying to upload is correct. If you are satisfied with what you are seeing, you can just go ahead and click upload. And it's done. The system automatically uploads that information for you. So you can now go ahead and go back to company self-service to see what you've done. You can just go ahead and click on employees. And as you can see, all the informations we uploaded are just right there for you. Under these employees also, you can also do updates to an employee profile. Let's say somebody is earning differently this month from what he earned last month. You can easily come here and click on update pay details. When you do that, it takes you to a new window. Sorry for the slow network. Takes you to a new window where you can actually make changes to this information. Okay. So in this platform, you can actually make updates to this person's information. As you can see, it has the person's designation, the grade level, the gross salary, and every other information you need to update about this person. When you are done, you just simply click on update, and this person's information is updated. Also, if you are to do update for 50 persons who are earning differently this month from what they earned last month, you can actually do this update in your Excel file. In that Excel file, you can do that update there, so it's easier for you. You do the update there, then you re-import them again. So when you at the point of importing, the information changes. You can do updates like that. So the next thing we are going to look at is the payee assessment, generating the assessment itself. So under company self-service, you just click on payee assessment. Okay, as you can see, the system has provided us with some options here. So here, the first thing there is the year. We're in 2022, so and we're in March. So if you are generating for a previous year, say 2021, 2019, 2020, you can easily just click on the drop down here and options will come out for you to pick the year you want to generate for. Also, it's the same for the month. You can choose any month of the year you want to generate for. So the system is flexible in that way. So if you are satisfied with what you are seeing, just click on fetch employees. And the system gives you your employees that you want to generate the assessment for. So for the month of March 2022, these are the employees we are working with. Also, if there's somebody who left the company, we're actually working on a way to totally remove the person from this company's profile. But right now, the hack we use to bypass that, if somebody leaves this company, say last month, and this month the person is not there, there are these blue boxes that are here. You can simply uncheck for the person who is no longer in the company. You just uncheck the person's name, like I'm going to do for one of our staff who is not there anymore. I'm going to just uncheck the person's name here. So by the time when I finish generating this assessment, this person is not included. Both from staff count and even payment, this person's name is excluded totally from this month's payee mandate. So I will go ahead and say generate assessment. An option comes out to say, are you sure? You say yes. Mandates generated, say okay. So if you go down to the right side of your screen, that's where you actually see the amount payable for the company's payee for the month. So, but there's something here you need to do. At this point, you must, this finish here, if you don't click this finish, this assessment has not been generated. So you have to make sure you always click on finish. I'm so sorry, we are seriously having network issues. Normally, when you click on finish, it gives you two options. It's either you print this mandate out or you export it to an Excel file. So when you print it out, that's what you take to the bank and make your payments. In the case of, say you've already paid and you're coming with your printer from your pay direct printer from the bank, you've paid already, you can just do this. Bring both this mandate and the payment slip to the office. The ICT department will manually process this payment. for you. Yes, Pay department will process this payment for you. So I am sorry that the network will not let me show you how the mandate looks like. I would have loved to do that. Or let me check my files if I can have one. The network is just dealing with us today. This is exactly what the mandate looks like. This is what you take to the bank. It has both the mandate code and the revenue code for these payments for the month which you have selected. Sorry that the network won't let me do like a live one, but this is actually one I had in my system. This is exactly what it looks like, but differently with the state logo and everything. The next menu we have under company self-service is the mandates menu. This one only functions, you just have to see, if you want to see your mandates, view the information you've uploaded and the information you've paid for, this is where you just come and click it. The records, your records of payments for payee are all here. As you can see for this company, all the records are from 2019 are available here for you to see. These are all the mandates that have been generated and paid for this company. Under status here, you can see the ones that are still yet to be paid, unpaid and paid. They'll all show, but in this case here, we have all paid access mandates. The next menu there is the e-tax filing. This one too, I would have loved to show you guys, but it says filing has closed for 2021. And I can't go past this point. But what we are going to do, we are going to...
If I don't know. If I don't know.
We are going to, on our own time, we are going to tweak it, then make a video and post on our website on how to go about the filing. The Form H1 and the other formats are already on our official website. So in due time, if you check the website, we'll have a video. We'll notify you guys when we do that, a video on how to do your e-tax filing. Besides that, that's all for the payee module. You can also see your filing history. Like if I click on filing history here, you see the filing history of this company. The filing history of this company, they filed, and the filing certificate. Let me just show you what it looks like. This is the filing certificate. This one, you print it out, you come to the board, and the head of the department will sign these ones for you. So that's basically everything. And the beautiful aspect of this payee module is the fact that it promotes transparency. Like, I know some people who they deduct their money, they don't know, they deduct 12,000 from you and they remit 3,000, and you don't even know. You just have in your mind that you are being debited 12,000 at the end of the month, so it's fine. But this system helps you with your email attached to your profile. Once a payment is made on your name, you get your e-receipt, your personal e-receipt. The company gets their own. You as an employee, you get your own. So that's one beautiful thing about the system. No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iboko. I think you may need that microphone just in case we have questions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for him, even though we apologize for the very harsh network we've been experiencing. If we have questions, we can go ahead and ask. Ayoga, are you with us? Okay, Uchi Juanita.
Okay. Thank you to the presenter, well presented, but for network issues. Please, I want to quickly ask, when you insert all information on the Excel sheet and export, do we still need to insert the information on the fields as we're inserting on each of the fields? Or is it the company information that is needed on the fields? Because after exporting, I'm sure it would have given the details of everything. So do we still need to go online to insert the information one by one?
No, you don't have to. When you input those information in your Excel file, that's all you need to do. Just import and you're good. The only point where you feel like you need to make changes on the website, on the platform, is when you decide personally that you want to do updates manually by yourself without importing them. But normally, when you have updates or anything you want to include into the system, just put it in your Excel file and import. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Puchi. Puchi, which organization are you representing?
Transcorp Hotels, Calabar.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's listen to David from Darfield Pharmacy. David. David, Darfield Pharmacy, are you with us?
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Can you hear me? I really hear me. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we are filing. I think if you can make a video of how to go about this e-filing, I would really appreciate it, because I think I'm already familiar with these other ones. And I also want to add, when someone, after raising the mandate and the person make the payment at the bank, how does the system automatically capture the payment? So, because I can see from my own, the payment for February is still saying unpaid, whereas it has been paid. So how do we go about this?
I'm sorry, the one that is unpaid, that is still showing unpaid, did you generate the mandate before going to the bank, or you paid before you generated the mandate?
Excuse me?
I said, did you generate the mandate before going to pay, or you paid, then you generated the mandate?
I normally generate the payment, the mandate first before making the payment. And that is what I did.
Okay, you have to come in with that one. Let me check, because this complaint is new to me. I've not heard it before. It's unusual. This scenario it has not happened before. So you have to come in. Let me check what the problem is.
Then before the payment.
Hello?
I think he's asking that you come to the office so you can be attended to properly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have a hand there. Please introduce yourself. Okay.
It's either your file format is not correct, or you are not completely selecting the fields that are compulsory for you to select. No, you have to really check it. It's either from your file or from you selecting the compulsory fields. Just bring it in. Let me guide you on how to get past that.
Any other question? Okay, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, presenter. My name is Kono Igri. I represent Sonokorobi and Coach of Accountants. I just have a little clarification from you. I just want a clarification. When you were describing how we can import to the file, you said at the end of the day, it will generate the payee liability where you can now go and pay. My question is, if the payee liability that is generated from this system is different from the manual calculations that as consultants we do, how do we now reconcile it? Peradventure, there was a mistake in the formulas you use in arriving at your own computations, and then the ones we use following the formulas we have been using before as consultants, and then there is now a difference. Either mine is higher, yours is lower, or yours is lower, mine is higher. How do we now reconcile that before I go to pay? Thank you.
Maoga just said tax is based on law. Sir, sorry, me personally, I am not a tax person. I am just a developer. But I've seen cases, you just mentioned this, I've seen most cases like that. What we normally do is we go and we use tax calculators that are on our website. Aside the one on Revo Tax, we go to the one that the state uses, the tax calculator that the state uses. And in most cases, our calculation is correct and yours is actually wrong. So you need to really check. You need to really check. No. I'm serious. I've seen 4 cases, even African Circle all the way from Lagos. So you really need to check your calculations, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My name is Esino Kuribi, and Coach Chartered Accountants. I have just two clarifications. The first one is that the issue that the last speaker brought up is an issue that I will want this team to actually consider. That question did not come from the blues. That has been our experience with our work with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. And most times it has always been a contentious issue, but they have ways and means of solving them. What I'm trying to say is that that issue will always come up. And I don't want the team to believe that that of the tax administrator is always correct, because nobody is above mistake. Now, my clarification is on pay assessments. You mentioned that when an employee is supposed to be dropped from the platform or the file removed, you uncheck a box. And when you uncheck the box, the employee's file will be removed. Am I right? Now, is there any information sharing mechanism in this management system that can make that employee's information, which has been removed, probably because he has left that organization, the taxpayer agent, is there any mechanism that can make that information available to the next employer without actually having to re-prepare and re-impute all the information? I don't know if my question is correct. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. Okay, so that's my first concern. We have to, if that mechanism is not available, you can develop it and put it, because from what I have seen on the platform, it looks like a very robust platform, and I think it's also scalable. So I think we should consider that if it is not available also. Secondly, sir, we live in a society where information technology is still developing. And then you may have a payee agent who is high profile and may not really have all it takes to quickly, or the capacity, or to quickly build capacity to handle this platform. Is the team available for hand-holding exercises in such high-profile payee tax agents? Those are the concerns that I think you should address.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and the presenter and other participants. My name is Hogan Achibawan from University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. I thank the chairman for such a forum, and it seems the private sector people are far ahead of us. It's just of recent that we got to hear our pay taxes are deducted from IP's office directly. So in such case, is it possible for us to have the opportunity to prepare this and send to them, or we can? You said there's an option of doing this assessment after the payment and coming with the mandate to the tax office. Then another thing I want to appeal to the chairman, for us that we have employees of close to 5,000 or more, I think the chairman should make provision for they decide to go beyond this. I'm sorry to quote, like what they have with Federal Inland Revenue Service, when this innovation comes, they provide a platform where they come to those big organizations to have one-on-one training with the tax officers involved for the tax. So I'll rightly appeal that your team will take a walk to our office and help to put us through more on this. Then also, our taxes are still deducted from my peace office. Then when our staffs come for tax clearance, the revenue office still claim that we are underpaying the tax. Our paid taxes are deducted. And I don't know how the state revenue office can agree with the IP's office to be on the same page. Because every time our staff come for tax clearance, we say we are underpaying, they make some calculations and come. You say your calculations will always be right. And they do the calculations and they always give us a difference. We feel whatever they're doing in IP's office should be on the same page with you. I don't know if there's any avenue where the tax authority can marry their deduction done in IPs. So that when we come for tax clearance, like you said, with the email and everything, the taxes deducted, the receipt will be sent to the individuals. That means with my receipt, I should be able to walk to the revenue office and obtain my tax clearance. But when you come there, they say that there's another deduction. You have to go through a lot of process before getting the tax clearance. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, for your first question, if there is a system in place that addresses sensitive information, like when an employee leaves a company. Like I said, before I mentioned the box and the unchecking of that box, I said we are currently developing a system that handles your question. So by the time that system is finished, we'll communicate with you all on that. Yeah. So for Madam from Unica, I don't really know how you would do. I've not seen any schedule from, okay, let my head of department just answer your question.
Chairman, sir, good morning, all. Madam, for the IP's issue, I think we used to have discrepancies before you joined IPs, and it's not peculiar to University of Calabar Teaching Hospital alone. It was almost all the federal MDS had similar issues. But since about 2019, you moved to IPs. The computation used by IPs is correct and is in line with what was issued by the Joint Tax Board. So from 2019, 2020, 2021, once you bring the calculation, it's the same. It's the tax deductions are adequate. So you're not having issues from 2019. No,
I'm sure that should be all for Mr. Iboko. Am I right? We may allow him to rest now. If we are, we please put our hands together for him. When Mr. Pastor Okon asked the first question, I saw he took his time to answer it. I saw our boss stand up. I knew you were in big trouble, but I think you maneuvered your way out of that. But once again, let's put our hands together for all of us. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a tax consultant and another stakeholder. Let's welcome Mr. Essien Okorebi, who has already settled in. Thank you, sir. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the Special Advisor, Internal Revenue Service, Honorable CRIRS Oga. You're welcome, sir. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Director General, Cross River Geographical Information Agency, Sir John Udo. You're welcome. And for the rest of us who are just joining us, we'd like to system. All those who have copies of their file returns, that you should please fill them and return them. For those of you who would want to open accounts with the sponsors, Zenith Bank and Globus Bank, please. We have the staff are outside. Please meet them, approach them, and feel free to open an account with them. Very quickly, I would like to invite to the microphone Mr. Dominic Andeshi, who will be having the application of self-portal. Let's welcome him to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I stand on all existing protocols. My name is Dominic Andeshi. I'll be doing an illustration on self-portal. As we all know, self-portal is a portal, as the name implies, it's a portal where an individual, a company from anywhere around the world logs into and self-assess himself. The taxpayer can equally get a team through the portal. So please permit me to sit down and do an illustration for you. Thank you. Please, I need your attention. To log into self-portal, there are two ways you can go about it. First, you could go to CRIRS.ng. Please let me log in there for you. When you type in your URL, CRIRS.ng, it takes you to the interface where you see e-services. There's a drop-down pane. You go to direct assessment. It drops down again for you. You see self-service portal. You can click on it, and it takes you directly to self-portal. So this is self-service portal where you can sign up and log in. So there's the other way you can go about it. You simply type CRS selfportal.revotax.com. So it takes you to the interface where you log in or you can sign up. So we're going to sign up a new user. Let's say Mr. Oluwatoni is a taxpayer in the United States and he wants to pay his tax and he doesn't know how to go about it. So he's aware that self-service portal exists and he knows the URL, which is the address, and he simply wants to sign up. So he clicks on sign up. So you can see you have your first name here. He fills his first name, which is Oluwatoni. You can notice that if your email is not correct, it shows you. Hello? Sorry, network. Yes. So as I was saying, sorry, if your email is not correct, it shows you your email is not a valid email address. So you have to make sure your email address is correct. After filling in your email address, you fill in your phone number, then your password. Please make sure the password has a special character and at least 6 numbers as well. At least 6. Yes. After filling in the details, you click on sign up. It immediately signs you up and a text message is sent to your phone or email address where you can use to authenticate your phone number. So Oluwatoni has received the text message on his phone with the code used to verify his phone number. After typing the code, you click on verify phone number. Please bear with me, my network is a little slow. So it automatically verifies Oluwatoni's phone number. So it tells you phone number verified. You can now log in. So that's the email address Oluwatoni used to sign up, as well as his password. Click on login. So this is Oluwatoni's dashboard. Please remember, you can access this with your tablets, your phones, or your laptop. So this is Oluwatoni's dashboard. In the dashboard, he can as well, you see his form where he can fill his personal information. He can do his biometric. So right about now, Oluwatoni is going to fill in his personal information. In this form, every field in asterisks is a compulsory field. So you have to fill it. Where you don't have asterisks, like driver's license number, that's not a compulsory field, so you can leave it. So Oluwatoni filled in his occupation as currency trader. Number of spouse. Children. Category. So Oluwatoni has completed his form. So he clicks on next. So it takes Oluwatoni to the start biometric interface where he has to capture his biometric before he can receive his TIN. So now I'll have to capture Oluwatoni. Oluwatoni can as well do this himself with his phone or tablet. So you click on Start Biometric Capture. Please, in this biometric capture, you can't do a biometric in a dark place. You need enough lightning to do biometric capture. So I'm going to capture Oluwatoni now. Because we can't get enough lighting, it shows you the message, liveness, image quality failed. So we have to redo this.
Good afternoon. Is the meeting over?
We sincerely want to apologize for the network issues, but just as they're going on, I'd like to remind us to please fill your file returns and submit. You can also open an account with our sponsors, Zenith Bank, as well as Globus Bank. For those of you who may want to create team, we have an opportunity. Please approach the help desk for team creation. We're also hoping that we put down our questions as very shortly we'll be having an opportunity to receive those questions. Thank you. If we have questions, especially from those of us online, please be on standby. We also like to inform us that we have questionnaires here that will be distributed to our guests. It's also available online. There are two questionnaires. One is on the survey on taxpayer perception, and level of voluntary compliance in Cross River State. And the second is a feedback form for this event. It's also online for those of us who are joining us online. And then for the rest of us who are here, the questionnaires are already going around. Please do well to fill them and submit when the time comes. Survey on taxpayer perception and level of voluntary compliance in Cross River State, and the feedback form for this event. I'm sure that one would come much later on.
Please, I'm sorry for the network interruption. Uluwatuni has just been captured, and he's going to receive a message on his phone and his email. The message includes his TIN, 他都是算法。Sorry, we have a little network issues here, but I'm going to continue from here. No. So when Oluwatoni captures, he immediately gets his TIN on his email or his phone number. After that, he can as well toggle around his self-portal interface to know what it's about. The third menu we have here is change password. Oluwatoni can decide to change his password. Oluwatoni can decide to self-assess himself. You click on self-assessment. Yeah. So after the next menu we have there, after change password is self-assessment. After self-assessment, where you self-assess yourself for direct tax and payee. After assessing yourself as an individual or a company, you can file your taxes. An individual can file his taxes or her taxes, or a company can as well file their taxes. So after filing your taxes, you come to payment method, where you can make payments through Quick Teller. After making payments, you go to your payment history, where every payment that you've made can be found there. After payments has been made, you can as well download your TCC. So that will be all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic Andeshi. We want to also apologize for the network issues, and we would like to quickly take questions. Let's take questions, especially from those of us who are online. We'd like to also appeal that you provide us with your correct email addresses, especially because of the network issues. Most of these presentations will be forwarded to us on our mails, please. So do well to provide us with the correct information. Okay, we have one question from Mr. Nukorobi.
Yeah, mine is more or less a comment that I think is capable of strengthening the system. Strengthening the system. The first is that in any taxpayer's database management system, the major challenge in any taxpayer database management system is multiple entries or multiple registration. And in the first place, that was why the biometric component was introduced in taxpayer management system. And even in advanced countries where we think they are technologically advanced, you still have fraudulent or taxpayers with fraudulent intent trying to circumvent the biometric components. So there are two, since we are using the face, which means the only biometric that could be captured is the iris of the eye, not really the face. I don't know if there's any other thing you will capture, but there are concerns that I have. If you can remember, when Federal Road Safety Commission started, are you listening to me, sir? When Federal Road Safety Commission started their biometric capturing, you see that some people, when they want to get the driver's license, the moment you are captured with a particular frame on, it records the biometric as a different file altogether. If you go back there and remove your frames, your glasses, and take it, you have two images. So what I'm saying is that there are certain developments that you can do in such a way that you make sure that you sensitize the stakeholders, that whoever wants to capture the biometric should remove his glasses. Number one, to avoid multiple registration. And then bring up a mechanism that will consolidate multiple registrations using the same biometrics. For instance, you will see that somebody will go there and use Mr. XYZ, who will capture. And then next time, when maybe the assessment is too big and he wants to run away from that assessment, he will abandon it and open another registration with similar names and go into the biometrics. So there should be a mechanism that will consolidate those registrations. For instance, you see Mr. Etoti, alias Mr. Okon, alias Mr. Damilola, alias, all of them will be consolidated into one file because they use one biometric. So if that component is not present, you have issues with multiple registration. And I also want to say that a lot of sensitization should go out against multiple registration, because if you let all taxpayers know that if you do multiple registration, you will consolidate and you cannot escape any assessment. Because the main reason for multiple registration in taxpayer database management system is when assessment is lying, a big assessment is lying down somewhere. They want to abandon that assessment. They register another one. So there should be a way of consolidating multiple registration using that database. So whatever device somebody, if it is self-assessed, if it is done in IRS, the problem will not be there. But if it is self-assessment, you have to do something that will circumvent that fraudulent activity, because it happens. Even in advanced countries, they try to do so. So not to talk of in Nigeria, where information technology is still developing. So that's my contribution.
Thank you very much for that question, sir. And to answer your question, comments.
I think it was an observation and contribution, not really a question.
I have to reply to the observation, please.
Okay.
Please, our system is a very unique system and very sensitive as well. In terms of biometric capture, the biometric captures more than 1,000 images of yourself, of your face, without you knowing. So if another taxpayer comes and does, or a taxpayer who has already been captured in our tax net comes and does biometrics, it automatically tells you biometrics has already been captured. Let's say, for instance, let's say in the case of a twin, we have a twin, and one captures, does biometric, and she captures, and the other twin comes again and tries to do biometric, and it automatically tells her that biometric has already been captured because it has captured sensitive image of her twin and manually tells you to fill in the details of the other twin. So that's what it does. Thank you very much. Yes. You don't have. Yes.
Okay, there's a hand behind there. Use this microphone.
Thank you very much. Staying on the existing protocols. What Mr. Okorobe has just raised, the concern has raised, I think has been a challenge. In our database, the issue of data cleansing is still ongoing. But I think recently the Joint Tax Board have resolved that before the end of the year, all state internal revenue services will be integrated to the central database with the NIN. With that, we would obviously eliminate issue of TIN duplication in the database. We went for training recently in the South, organized by Joint Task Board. And what we were taught there was individuals can now put their NIN on the portal and it will pull all your information from the central bank. I don't know how to, that's what they got the data from. Yeah, BDN. Once that is done, automatically it will create your TIN and send it. For us in Cross River State, they've asked us to integrate our database with CMS with that of the national so that it will take care of all these duplicates. And I think we're already on it. Thank you very much.
Do we still have anybody online? None. Okay, if there's none, I think that should be that for that presentation on self-portal. Fortunately, Mr. Ndeshi will still be doing the presentation for the next, which is online self-assessment. Can we go ahead and do that now very quickly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. After the biometrics has been done by Oluwatuni, He now has to self-assess himself. Oluwatoni, remember, is a businessman. He deals on currency trading, and he wants to self-assess himself. So Oluwatoni simply clicks on self-assessment menu. As you can see, this is the self-assessment interface. Where he can fill in his assessments for the previous year. So the self-assessment form shows you the year of assessment, the gross pay, the NHIS, F, and so on, NSITF, pension, gratuity, and it gives you a text box where you can comment. So Oluwatoni has filled in his year of assessment to be 2021, his gross pay to be 20,000, and he simply clicks on add. Sorry, please, we're having a little network challenge here. So I'll go on with the explanation. After Oluwatoni fills in his details, his year of assessment, his gross pay, his NHIS, NSITF, his pension, his gratuity, he clicks on add. It automatically adds his details. After adding his details, it gives you an opportunity to delete before you click on finish and lock. In case whatever details you've added is not correct, you can delete it. So after deleting it, in case you want to delete, you click on finish and lock tab button. After that, you click on submit. Oluwatoni now submits his assessment for the year 2021 and heads over for payments. So in order for Oluwatoni to make payments, he goes to payment method. When you click on payment method, it takes you to the quick teller. So this is the form for quick teller where he fills in his phone number, his tax identification number, and option for payments. So after this has been filled, he now makes payments. He enters his amounts, his account number, his bank, and continue. The money is now deducted from his account. After that has been done, Oluwatoni can now file his taxes. So you go back to your self portal, click on e-tax filing. It shows Oluwatoni his category for filing his taxes. Either he wants to file for payee or for direct tax. Since Oluwatoni is a businessman and it requires him to file for DTA, he clicks on direct tax, clicks on next. He selects the year he filed, 2021. He clicks on next again. Due to the challenge we have in network, we could not file our assessment. So it shows you have not submitted your assessment for 2021. I'm sorry for that inconvenience. So after this has been done, this is supposed to show you after he has put in his year of assessment, he clicks next. It shows you a button where you click on file DTA. So after that has been done, Oluwatoni is good and ready for his tax clearance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dominic Andeshi. Do we have questions for him? Do we have questions? While we are waiting for the questions, if you have finished with your questionnaires, please, the core members will be moving around to receive them. Return the questionnaires in your possession if you are true with the filling. Do we have questions? Let's check those online. Totikano. Totikano, if you are on, we are listening to you. Okay, it's not.
Good day, Chairman. Good day, most distinguished participants, SA Internal Revenue Service, DA, and other directors, and all other persons who are here. We welcome you once again to this meeting. It's a learning process. It's a computer-based learning. Whatever is taught today, you would have learned something. Even if you don't know it all, you would have learned a little. We want to take you through the withholding tax module. Let us start by saying that withholding tax is not a final tax. It's a tax that you hold in trust for somebody. Somebody had worked for you. If you paid him all the money, he will go home without paying tax. So you now say, okay, keep part here. Let me go and pay for you. It's like all of us. If they give us all our salaries, very few of us will go and pay you. Even that pay, very, very few of us will go and pay. True or false? I think it's true now, isn't it? So pay. The ultimate aim of paying withholding tax is what they call, is what we call credit notes. Receipt suffice for direct tax. Receipt suffice for payee. But credit note is the end product of withholding tax. So we want to work on it and then maybe show us how to register and use it. The training process might be long, but in actual practice, you can do it under 5 minutes. Can do it under 5 minutes. The developers have been so magnanimous in providing every activity of the withholding tax with its own format, template. If you click on rent template will come out. If you are going to pay for bank interest template will come out, and all that. So I may wish to beg. I find it very, very difficult to discuss with people while sitting down. But this occasion, I am constrained to do that. So sorry that I have to sit down and talk to us. I think it's not a very proper way of doing things, but I just have to do it because of the situation we find ourselves. Well, I have we will do practical. So I'll have 2 people to come. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from Genesis. Go back. Go back, just clear up, go back. Let's go back to the beginning. Remove that so that we'll start from the beginning. Yeah. Just as it is in most of our modules, you could get this module when you type in CRIRS.ng. So you help me type that, my brother. It will come up. Everything that is here will drop down. When this interface comes up, you go to e-services. When you click the e-services, you will see withholding tax module down. You click on it. It will bring you here. Also, if you had typed in withholding tax and wht.revotax.com, it will still bring you here. Right? There, you have home, you have login, you have sign up, you have user's guide. What will be very important now for us to do is to sign up people. Please, let me use this opportunity to tell us that for you to belong to this platform, you must have your team. In CRIRS Webinar, we call it team. Some other states have their names. Where we adopted the generic name of tin from the federal government, I know that Abia has APSI, Anambra has and something like that. They just put their names into it, but our own is tin. You must have that our tin that is 19. It starts with 19. 190, 1900, but it starts with where? 19. You must have it to work with in Cross River State. For you to pay money and see receipt and see every other thing in Cross River State, you must have your tin. Right? So you will help me, Dominic. Sorry. Thank you for being there for me. You will sign up. First thing you must do here, you must sign up. If it were not that I've been using this system every time, if you use your system now, this form will be plain. There will be nothing like when you have a dotted and all those password and the rest and all those things. You won't find it. There is plain form you will fill. It's simple, short form to fill. What you find there is that you will put the company email. Remember, we are doing agent registration. So let me tell us who is an agent. An agent is that person or company, local government, Cross River State government is an agent to itself. Because if SUBEB gives contracts, SUBEB will collect a withholding tax. True? True. Whosoever has something that he has given to somebody to do for him, for which he withholds tax, is an agent. Agent of government. We also have user. User is the owner of the money that you deducted. Right?
Okay.
So that is it. We will do a small demonstration here. We believe and beg the network to wake up and follow us. I beg network to wake up and follow us. Let us not behave as I have been behaving. I beg network, help me. Friend? I have. Sorry, I brought somebody, an agent. Please, for you to be an agent or for you to register here, tin is very, 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 very important. Because at the end of it all everything falls back to tin. So this is my agent. Yesterday, my agent has already registered. He has a tin. He has done self-portal. Remember? He has done his, he has his tin. So he's coming now to register. This thing, this withholding tax, it could be handled by anybody in the office that has been assigned to do it. Right? Withholding tax is not the tax, it's not the tax of that company. Yesterday, thank God that this thing came up today. It did not come up on Sunday. I wouldn't have had that experience. Yesterday, somebody came, I think Prescott, one oil company came and paid. And they are paying withholding tax for $30. I'm using my name to go and pay the withholding tax. Is it proper? Is it proper? What you need to do is the withholding tax, you pay it into your own accounts, into the company's account. It is from the company's account, tin. The company, when I use company account, I mean company's tin. It is from the tin of the company that we process it to have the credit notes. When you pay and use my name, I cannot go beyond that rule. I have become an agent at that instant, which is not proper. It's not proper. So let us register our man and see. Please be fast. We have kept this. Okay. Sorry, it's good. That's why when you have older people who have been there, like him, he is still here. Withholding tax for limited liability company goes to FRS. Are we there? Withholding tax for me and you come to me, or goes to Oga. It does not come to me. It goes to him. Withholding tax for limited liability companies go to FRS, while withholding tax for every other person, including me, goes to Oga. Are we there? They have their own format. Maybe they have their own way. So what we are doing here, we are filling the form. Right? Excuse me. Is that what it says? No. Please, let us fill that form. See, if you have your tablet or you have your phone, you could follow us and fill that form. If you are an agent or if you are an agent or you used to work for these people, you can just help us join us and fill the form. You people have not added city. City there, I'm seeing somebody's name in the city. So go back to the city first. You'll find that thing, the name on that city because I've been using the system for training. So that's why you can find that. But like I said, if you click on CRIRS.ng and go to e-services and go to withholding, your own form will be very plain. There will be nothing there. You can fill it and go. So let us continue. You will put your company registration number. It is important. You put it. When were you registered? Because when you were filling your thing for your company, they asked you. And you added. This is my friend. Yes, I will say number. This is my friend. Yeah, I think it's true with the. Please. The next will be sign up. Account created successfully. They must have sent him a token by now. Check your phone. We will need that token to confirm this thing. Let's pray with network to allow the token to come. This thing is easy. Has it come? Once you are able to fill that form properly and you send out, this 4-digit number will come. You will need to fill it in here and click. All right. This is the dashboard for withholding tax. Are we there? This is the dashboard for withholding tax. You will see all types of withholding tax, scroll past. The next thing we'll do is to make sure that this man is in Cross River, is working for us, the business is doing is in Cross River. So we will validate the state of his state. Go to wallet and click wallet. Click validate state. They will ask you select state. Click on select state. You will see Anambra and Cross River. Click Cross River. They will require a TIN now. You must put their TIN. What happened is I give you this money now. I give you this money. Sorry, my agent He could not copy his thing properly. So yeah, he's not inserting proper thing. Once you insert the proper thing, you will find out that the thing will go. Remember, the thing you will use here, please, it is the company's thing. If you use your personal thing, there will be no, the payments that were made by the company, you will not be able to see it. And whatever payment you make on withholding tax will go to your personal, this thing, to your personal thing. So it is not proper to use your personal thing. Use the company thing, the thing that was registered by the company. That's what you will use here to validate. It is very, 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 very important. Therefore, allow me go. I pleaded with you before I started. Eh? Validate. Can you validate? Yes. The state has been validated. Number has been sent to him. Why are we using all these code and numbers? So that we are sure that the person we are dealing with is the correct person. Right? If I stay at home, I want to validate his state, even when I have his thing. I try to do it. This number, the code will go to that his phone number. It won't come to me. Are we there? Right. The token you send is wrong. You people cannot look at this thing. Please now. As they send you, this thing has time. The token has time. If they send you, I think about 5 minutes or thereabouts. If you don't use it, it will elapse. So when you are doing it, you must be consistent in doing it and must be available to do it. Do not resend the code 2 times. Ask that they send you another code. If you enter the code and they tell you the code is wrong, either check the code again and enter, or ask that another code be sent to you. Do not use the old code. When a new one has been sent to you, it won't go. What is wrong now? Why are we using wrong token now? What? Sorry, I think we need to move ahead. Please, let's go ahead. But let it be known that once you get to this point, they will give you a token. That token, it is important that you know what just is figures. Give the right figures, use the right figures. You will confirm your wallet and your state. Why? See them. Why you must do this is because at the end of it all, when you are paid, you will need money from that wallet to be able to pay for your users. Do you understand me? Sorry, sirs. Let me make it fine. If you verify, you have a wallet. On this dashboard, there is a wallet there. Right? If they were able to know what they sent to them in their phone that they are holding there, they cannot see. If they saw it well and use it now, it will have validated. Then we'll ask to get the wallet details. His wallet detail as at now will be 0000 because he has not paid any money there. Are we there? But perhaps it's an existing company that have been existing, has seen and has been paying. I think there is one company, Biase Plantation. I think there is a company called like that. Well, if you put it, right, as you put it through, all the money they have paid for withholding tax will drop on that wallet. From that wallet now, you can now be paying those your users to be able to get their credit notes. You know that you are going to pay envelope. withholding tax for the month of January for services is 1,000. You go and pay 1,000. That 1,000 must have been contributed by 5 or 6 people, right? When you now go, you click on the wallet open. You have seen the amount that you have there. If you are asked now to go and pay, when we get to the users, that's why, sorry, I have to be a little bit fast so that you will not feel bored. When you get to the user's point, they will now ask, after processing the everything, what is the matter? Sorry, please, I need somebody who has team here who has not been listening so that we can do, and let me pass this point, please. Team. Anything, please. I can't use my own because, or Dominic, go back, log me in. If you back, people cannot find the figure. It's not coming up. It's not dropping. Oh, so sorry. The code is not dropping for him because perhaps he's using MTN, and MTN here is so very bad. So maybe they have been copying whatever they saw, whatever they thought was good. Please. I will log in. I want to log in so that I use my this thing to show us. Click the wallet. View wallet. Okay, you need the state. Click view detail. Dominic, that is not where you are going to. No, you can't validate it again. And I have validated my thing long time ago. Please. This is my wallet. The total amount I have in my wallet is 2.50 kobo. That's my company. Yes, I'm showing us this because when you go and you are able to validate your state using at that point that I mentioned to us, this is what will drop for you. A wallet will drop. Your own might be 0000, right? Depending on who you are. Are you a new person or you have been an old company? It will appear like this. Are we there? Do we understand? Wallet. It's good. This teaching is good because people are saying no, or this one is teaching. The other one was presentation. This teaching is that as you validate your wallets, you go to wallet details. When you click your wallet details, if you have paid money using that thing for withholding tax, you will have drop down of the monies you paid, the days you paid them. It will come out. If you have not paid before, if you have been paying withholding tax, maybe not using the proper code and the rest of them, and it's not going to withholding tax, you will see nothing here. Are we there? So this is how it stands. After all this, the next thing to do is, like when Alonso was presenting a PE, there was a template. And I had actually told us that there are templates here. Go back to this place here. Click. Or go back to the dashboard. Go back full to the dashboard. All these ones here have their templates. So go back to schedule. For me, they will ask that I should put my email. Why? Because I'm a board agent. Who is board agent? The agent, I am working for IRS, right? I'm not working for a company like you. If you are working for a company, you will not need that email, right? It wants to know, am I still the person that is doing this for them, for the board? That's why it's asking me for that email. Click, let's go. Next. Agent found. Are we there? Click now, okay. Now, if we read through, what do I want to do? Perhaps I'm a new person. We are believing that all of us are new, is it not? We are new. We want to upload our withholding schedule for the month. Click that this is select. When you click select, all the withholding items will come down. See them from rent to hire. Those are all withholding items. What do you want to upload? What sort of activity are you going to use? If it is contract supply, you click on contract supply. Dominic, click a contract supply. Let's see. We are assuming that you are very, very new. So you will need to download that template. Example of that template. Example of it. Click. Network. I think I pleaded with you to allow me go. What? I should go to templates that already exist. Is it still a network control? Share that. Share the room. This is how the templates look like. We'll try and demonstrate how to fill the templates and then allow us so that we will not spend so much time. You have name of contractor. We have downloaded contract supply templates. Contract supply templates. Other templates you may have customer when you go to bank templates, not contract supply or vendor. But let me explain what you need here. All the columns that we find there are compulsory, apart from voucher number. Are we there? That means that you must fill all. Contractor's name, you put, or name of contractor, you put. Nature of business, here in this case, is contract supply. Vendor's address, where does the person live? You must add, you must include. Phone number of vendor, you will put. Thing, very, 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 very important. Are we there? I'm not saying others are not important. Email, why are we putting email? We told you earlier on that in this service, like me, once they pay my payee, before I even know that they have paid my payee, I have a receipt. All the receipt of the payee that I've paid since I joined the company, I have them in my email. I could print them any day I like. So that email, at the end of it all, the vendor will know that you have paid his money. Let's go. Thing I said is there. Email, the email. Please, when they come to, any person comes to do business with you from now on, let us get these vital information, this data available. They are very, very, very important. Please, let no man come and tell you, I don't have email, I don't have phone. If I'm doing contract, can I not buy phone? Should I not buy phone? Shouldn't I? Please, let's run away from this issue of be person trader now, no get money. You no get money. Do you contract? You collect 1 million. No get money. And when you collect it is when you collect the whole money in Nigeria that you will get money. Is this true? It's not true. So please, we have codes. They ask you, there are 2 codes that we have there. They ask you branch, location of branch, or location stroke branch, come back. Location stroke branch is supposed to have taken care of maybe your business that is in another branch, right? But for now, in Cross River, as are now in withholding tax, is that location stroke branch, we use figure. Most of the things here are figure. Location and branch in Cross River State. Cross River State is number 9 state in Nigeria. Are we there? Cross River State is number 9 state in Nigeria. And for you to get it correct, if you just type in the 9 and you upload this data, it will tell you wrong data. It will not go. You will put 09. And remember, this is Excel. If you just type in 09 and click, it will go back to 9. So you will format it by using apostrophe first before you type the 0. It is only then that it will be sustainable and it will stay. The same thing is applicable to the states. Please, for the months, don't go and write January, February, March, April, May, or June. Just write 1 for January, 2 for February, 12 for December. If you write January, when you upload it, will tell you bad data. Are we there? That's all. When you have finished filling, the next thing is up to upload. When you upload, if it is good, it will tell you good data. If it is bad, it will tell you bad data. I don't know. Let's fill this as well. Okay. That's once you upload, the next, go back to the dashboard. Sorry, please. I think this my lecture is too long. Huh? Sorry, please. Let me. This one is very, very new. Let us do it in a way that it will be all of us will understand. After uploading, the next thing is to process. During the process, when you go to process, they will ask you little question. What sort of item do you want to process? You will mention because you already have it there. Like in this case, contract supply. When you put your dates and all that, and it will process. Let me tell you, this system has already been configured. If it is rent that you want to process and you have used 5% to calculate your rent, when it comes here, this system will tell you it is 10%. So if you were supposed to pay 500,000 and you brought 250 to go and pay because you use 5%, you go and pay the 250. You will not get a receipt. Those people will not get that person will not get a credit note. The system is already built to calculate it by itself. Anything you put, as far as you bring up that template, it will calculate it by itself using the template and the law. That's what it will use to calculate. And it will show you. We have options to pay. One of the options to pay is what this man showed us here, quick teller. In all these things, you could stay anywhere, you could stay in your office and do it without going out. In the comfort of your office, you can stay there, do this in all without going out. Quick teller will pay. If you decide to choose bank branch, you go to the bank branch and pay. Remember, this money you are paying it for somebody. It is not your money. It is somebody's money. When he's declaring his income for next year, he must indicate, bring the hard record, the credit note for us to reduce his tax by that amount. But I think there is, you know that there is but somewhere. He might come with the credit note without the amount that he got the credit note from. I think you know how we used to behave. So that is how it is for the agents. The major duty in this one is for the agents. For the user, the agent can also help the user. Let's sign up, try and check, see how we can get the user, please. I'm sorry that it is taking a little bit of time, but it is important that we know what we are going to do. Please. Go back. Just bring up the form for the user. User registration. That's what you find there. Sorry that you have things inside these boxes. They are not supposed to be so. They are supposed to be plain. Remember that in this case, the user, there is no company registration for the user, right? There is no company. It is the user's name and all that we use. Do we still understand ourselves? Fill in this form. Once you fill in the form, send the code goes, and what was done to the agents is still applicable. It will open you to the user's, how do I call it? Users dashboard. Let's get one user dashboard. Login. Go to login. Type SA. S. Yeah, click. Okay. This is how the user's dashboard look like. All these are still scrolling past and the rest. But you see, his own, his or her own, has. We have dashboard and credit notes. What is the individual, the user interested in? I think it is credit note, is it not? So that is what it finds there. Click the credit note, let us see. Huh. The user must tell us that he paid the money to Cross River. How will he tell us so? By validating his own state too, right? This one can, like I said earlier on, it could be done in the office of the person who is paying that money out. The agent can help in this. Please remember that as you're filling that template, the agent is filling that template that you used to go and pay. Most of the information of the user is already there. The name, the email, the phone number, everything is there. The only thing that they will not have there is the password of the person. That's all. Once here, you have validated your state. You click, see, let's see. Let's view. These are credit notes of persons that they have collected. Click that eye. Let's see if we can see how the credit note look like. This is how the credit note looks like. For you to redeem these credit notes, you must necessarily come to IRS. This one, you must go there. For them to agree that this credit note is authentic, you will go there. They know what and what to use to redeem it. So when you carry credit note and be flying about there and think that when you come, once you come, they will subtract the amount from your this thing. Maybe you have gone to do wayo. There are features in this credit note that the IRS people use to determine whether the credit note is correct or not correct. If it is correct, it will be redeemed. Do we hear ourselves? If it is not correct, when we enter those things that we want, when you click, it will tell you that that credit note does not exist. And maybe chairman there will give you one police to escort you to go and bring to go and dig where you brought that type of credit note. So this is the end point of withholding tax. We are still open to people calling us, coming for us to guide them through in doing this. This enlightenment is not ending today. It will continue and continue and continue until taxes are made very easy to be paid. Thank you, and God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toti Kano. I'm sure your appeal to network assisted, even though not 100%. If you are satisfied with his presentation, can you please put your hands together for him? We'll now give room for questions, comments, and observations. While waiting for those online, do we have anybody here who wants to ask? Okay, so.
Mr. Presenter, sir, my name is Esienu Kurebi. First of all, I must say that I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing here, because it's a step in the right direction. And I believe that all these initiatives will be subject to continuous review and updates, because there is no end to improvement and development, especially when it has to do with technology. So we are on the right path, and the dreams of some of us towards this initiative is gradually coming to pass. And as time goes on, that will happen. Having said that, I want to say that with the commencement of registration of agents for the purpose of withholding tax, there has to be a massive sensitization and registration campaign. Otherwise, the current practice of robbing Peter to pay Paul will continue. Somebody will work, his withholding tax will be deducted and kept and used without being remitted to the relevant tax authorities, especially when it happens, when the jobs are being done outside the state or Internal Revenue Service. So to make sure that all those who deduct must be registered. And everybody, by law, every tax-paying citizen is liable to the deduction of withholding taxes on rent, on contracts, or whatever the withholding tax is liable to. So I don't know how possible it will be to make sure that every businessman or every PAYE agent, as is registering for PAYE or direct assessment, must be mandated to also register for withholding tax before he concludes his registration on other portals. I don't know how possible that will be, but it will help if that is done. And having done so, there must be a framework for monitoring and evaluation of the exercise, so that where upgrades, updates, and improvements are necessary, that will be done. What I also think must be done is to show some form of beneficiaries accounts, beneficiaries of withholding tax, such that if a taxpayer enters his page, he will be able to know at sight how much withholding taxes are available to him. So that when you go there, you know that, okay, XYZ, so and so are available, and you consolidate them. It will also help the tax authority, in this case, the IRS, to be able to gross up the income of the taxpayer for purposes of assessment. It is very important. So a page, withholding tax page, where all these withholding taxes are consolidated on the page of the beneficiary. Another point I also want to emphasize is that I don't, if you can bring back that your template, if you can bring back that your template so that we can look at something. But while you are doing that, I want to know that it is only persons. It is only persons that pay tax. Enterprises do not pay tax because there are only two types of person, individual person and corporate person. While the corporate goes the FIRS, the individual come this way. But individuals usually carry on businesses under the name and style of what we call enterprises, proprietorship, and so on. The names of those proprietors are not the taxpayer, but those who carry on business under the name and style of that name. So if you look at this place, to make it easy for you to credit the beneficiaries and give the credit notes, the first column there should have, probably it may be, say, Alpha Ventures. That was the contractor. The name of contractor could be Alpha Ventures. Maybe there should be a column for the taxpayer, the name of the taxpayer. That is the taxpayer behind Alpha Venture. Because it is not, Alpha Venture is not the taxpayer. And if you put Alpha Venture there, and so you are now looking for Mr. Totti, who is the one behind Alpha Venture, you will not see anything in the name of Mr. Totti. You will only see Alpha Venture. And except you know that it is Alpha Venture, it is a Totti who owns Alpha Venture. You will not be able to give a Totti tax clearance certificate on the basis of the withholding tax, which is in favor of. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. So you have to create that column here so that it could be the name of the contract, Alpha Venture, and then name of taxpayer, Mr. Totti, Kanwe Totti, so that when the credit is being made and when the credit note is being written, it is going to be written in the name of Kanu Etoti and not in the name of Ventures. So that is the input I want to make in here. So there has to be one extra column. So for now, I think that has to be emphasized. It will make your work very, very easy and the operation of this seamless. Thank you.
Just before Mrs. Achibong, we'd like to go online. There's somebody there, ECMT Limited. You may please go ahead now.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. The presenter, I really appreciate the way you give the details on these withholding tax processes, and it is well taken. But I have a concerns. When you started the presentation, you make us understand that withholding tax itself is not the tax, it's not the end tax, but rather it is just an advance payment of tax. Specifically in this case, advance payment of income tax. Assuming an agent supposed to charge 10%, but unknowingly or by mistake, they charge 5%. By implication, they suppose, for instance, they're supposed to pay 500,000 as withholding tax, but what is being deducted is 250,000 naira. But during the course of trying to input it on the system, it is showing that it's supposed to be 500,000. The area I'm actually having the concern is the fact that you made mention of it that the credit note will not be issued for 250,000 until that 500,000 is being paid. And based on the concept of the withholding tax as you define it, that withholding tax itself is not the tax. By implication, we can still follow up to ensure that the 250,000, which is the remaining balance of the withholding that ought to have been deducted, is being charged on the income tax when the person is filing his assessment. But in this kind of opinion that issuing a credit note of 250,000, I don't think it's out of the way, in as much as the withholding tax itself is not the final tax. It's just an advance payment of tax, of income tax. Please, I actually want a clarification further on that. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
What to say? Please, before I forget, you know, I'm not a practicing teacher. So I'm not a practicing teacher, so I may forget. Let me take it one by one. Let me start with this last person. See, our system is configured in such a way that if you are asked to pay 5,000 one kobo, 5,000 one kobo, maybe your direct assessment, and you went to the bank and paid 5,000, you ignore the one kobo. At the end of it all, there will be no receipt for you. That is the truth. You must go back to the bank and pay the one kobo before the system. That your assessment will now turn to receipt. If somebody uses our system, uses this module to do to calculate his withholding tax, he will not have issue of, instead of 1,000, going to pay 500 naira. Do we really understand? Because if you use it, you will have imputed the gross amount of contracts. You impute the gross amount of the contracts in that template, and you continue. Maybe you are feeling 5% and the rest of it all, believing you are using it before you go to pay. I'm talking to the man who called from online. I'm talking and explaining that to all of us. If you use that system, by the time the calculation is done, the system will tell you the actual amount you are supposed to go and pay. So you will not have that problem. This problem arises when people go to pay first, whatever they think they pay. Because what I find in my office is that somebody will walk in and come and tell you, this is what we used to pay. No demand notice, no nothing. We'll just tell you, but this is what we used to pay now. Last year we paid like that. The other year we paid like that. That's what we used to pay. Please, 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 please. My advice here is that this new system that we have, please use the module to do your withholding tax payment, preparation and payment. Use the schedule. Once you use the schedule, you will not have the problem of underpaying, so that you will not have the person will not have credit notes. Right? Please, that is my appeal and my plea. Use the module to do your withholding tax processing, and you will not have issue of under calculating or over calculating. Please, that's for that. Yeah, I think a former chairman here told us, mentioned the user, and equally advised us on addition of one more column. But bring up that not template. Bring up that yeah. So in capturing your team, this system works with that thing. This we had maybe whatever name you use to break your enterprise, it doesn't bother us. The credit note will be given on your name that you use in registering your thing. If you look at here, it's just that this thing is so blurred. Don't read the name from the system for us. It's Stephen something that you find there. In your Stephen, that is the individual name, right? It is not the company name that it is issuing it to. It is issuing it to that individual who has that thing that for which money was paid for. I think that one has been handled. For every other advice you give to us, we will see how we can adopt it, use it to improve. For sensitization, I have actually said it before now. We will continue in our offices, in wherever we go to, we will tell people about it. Yes, it is important that everybody knows. And like you said, maybe when people come to register thing, go to payee, go to direct tax, maybe the authority may have to direct to come also to withholding and register. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, madams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presenter. My name is Silachibo and Hogan from UCTH. my very senior colleague here made mention of a taxpayer and a contractor's detail or name. I remember coming to the office there some weeks ago to sort out a receipt or a credit note issue for a contractor whose company or whose team is bearing his name, not the contract, the company name. You know, the ICT director told me that we should stop attending to the contractors that are using their personal team as their company team, that there are two different teams. But what we understood from inception is that the enterprises are free to use their personal, or the owners of the company are free to use their personal team this as their company team. But coming to, I think the contractors themselves don't know this distinction. All the enterprises we've been having, they are still using their personal team as a company team to run their transactions. And coming for us to tell them, some came to the office and go and clear with the tax authorities. They said no. So we don't, that's why he talked about sensitization. Different company, the company seen and the owner of the company. For enterprise, we've always seen them as one person. The owner is the same as the company, but now the authority said they are not. We are not in the position to go about telling them to change, and it sounds very different. Another one I want to ask, I think the lecture is more for the agents you've been talking about, though you told us that government can still serve as agent. But I think your lecture is more tailored towards the companies as other agents. You've not mentioned about the government institutions like ours that make use of TSA. Must we pass through the same model process before doing or remitting the taxes through TSA? Or can we, sorry, let me just say something. When the FRS came up with their new tax pro and whatever, they wrote to the authorities telling them that this is the new format of remitting their taxes. You have to generate a DIN and the rest of it. We can still pay to the bank, then we generate a DIN and take it to the bank for them to process the payment. So I don't really understand if that same applies. And if it is true, you know, with government bureaucracy, we cannot just, I was invited to this training. You cannot just stay on our own and do the changes. I think the authority will do us well by writing to our different institutions that this is the new process of doing things now. And we can equally invite you for more in-house training to the schedule or the DEX officers handling these processes. And we need more and more and more of these lectures from time to time. Thank you very much.
My name is Marpal Krisoga. I just want to emphasize something. An individual may be an employee in one organization, and the individual will register an enterprise. Yes, the individual and his enterprise are one and the same person. But you find out when you go for the purpose of registration, your payee and so on and so forth, they are going to give you a thing, your personal thing. You go and register your company. Nobody is going to ask you whether you are an employee somewhere. They will give you a thing. You'll find out people who are working and have enterprises they are doing businesses with, they end up having two things. I can assure you, because I can also say personal experience. These things are happening. So it's very cogent when she actually asks you, faced with this kind of scenario, which of the two things are we going to use? It is very important that we make that clarification here. And then some of that thing I really need us to say is it's an appeal to the chairman that after this exercise, please, we need to upscale this thing. It should not stop with this sensitization. A sensitization is the beginning of a process in which you want to propagate a program. And lady, you said something about, can we take this to our clients, the major taxpayers? It is very important that we go and work with their people to see how in the implementation of this thing, it is not the individuals here that are going to take this whole thing across the states for us. You find out one organization can do for you what probably this whole thing cannot do. If you enter a place like University of Calabar and do it, we go to Lafarge and so on. These are people that are working with multiplicity of contractors and several other persons that we want to reach through this process. And then my third thing I want to add is federal government is trying to make registration, or has in the past few years made registration of companies very, very easy for persons to be able to register limited liability companies. From the perspective of a state revenue agency, we should begin to see that this entails a loss of revenue to us in respect of withholding tax. Understand that this is a loss of revenue. The moment individuals who were having enterprises, they now find they can have limited liability companies. It means that the withholding tax they were paying as individuals, now go to federal government. It is no longer your money. They've graduated, they've upscaled, so to say. That entails a loss to you. The question now is this: as revenue agency, have we put a structure in place to react to this loss of revenue? Those are some of the things we need to be looking at. How do we? I recall a situation a few years ago when there was a change to the Personal Income Tax Act. State government lost a lot of revenue in the process. This is another thing we should be looking at. What is our reaction to federal government simplifying the process of becoming a limited liability company for most of the enterprises that we have been getting money from? Thank you.
I don't know what most of the comments and every other thing, I think they go to management. The requests are all for management. And as I'm here, I'm not a management. Almost everything is for chairman will just say something. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Etoti. Do we have any other questions?
All right, good afternoon once more, sir. I have a question, and I'll equally need a clarification. The special advisor here has spoken about loss of revenue. Those of us in the federal government institution, we have a platform, a means of payment called GiveMe's. And it's a structured payment platform where funds are provided, some they may say diesel maintenance and the rest. And we find out that we might have money to make payments to contractors, but it's only limited liability companies that can be paid from that platform. And from interaction, I don't know how true it is. I learned the Lagos Board of Internal Revenue. I've been able to align, and they can make payments to contractors, to enterprises registered with the state government. Is it not possible for us? Because you might have our internally generated revenue may not be available, or like a strike situation, the doctors may be on strike, and our IGR may not be enough to pay for services and supplies, but we might have money available in GIVMIs. But our enterprises here, you don't like, they are not really captured there. You have money to pay, but the ones, we are still talking about loss of revenue, but we can't pay the enterprises because what we hear is that they are not yet aligned with. So all these federal government reforms, is there no way that the state government can easily key into it so that when we say there is no money to pay, you see like a switch like this, the enterprise, most of them will run immediately within a few minutes. They've already converted to a limited liability company, bring their team, and you still go ahead to do the payment. And by so doing, the state government is losing a lot of revenue, and our liability is increasing to the enterprises. Meanwhile, there are funds to be paid, but you cannot reach out to the ones that are registered with the state here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, while this is not the forum for this, I'll just try and address the two questions. Yes, we see give me issues. For example, IPs, we just conducted a back audit. When you see a letter, the kind of money you're owing us. Withholding taxes, the same thing. Federal MDAs, we're doing a lot of work here. University of Calabar, UCTH, we'll do a back audit. So the onus is on you to do the right thing now, because we will come for our money, I'll show you. But this is just the beginning of at this stage, we want to see how we can make life easier for you. We will have more sensitizations. Those of you on IPs, the OAGF conduct a training since last year, the year before last. But we're trying to push it to see before the end of this year. You're aware the OAGF retired, there are issues. I don't think a new person has been appointed yet. So we're waiting for that training on remittances and this and that. While things like this give me issues, they are being addressed. So please, we will train to answer the questions. This is just the beginning. We'll train. A lot of companies. Mr. Totti, how many companies are using this? 50 something? How many? PE? How many? Minus UCTH. About 300 are running this. And it makes life easy for everybody. So even the banks, any of the banks here, you're withholding tax, Cross-River Microfinance Bank. If you use that model, you're withholding tax on interest. Once you put it, you just roll everything. You can issue credit notes for your contractors, your service providers, and other parties. So this is just the beginning. It's to help, make life easier for everybody. For IPs, for the pay model, we're trying to see some efforts are being made because a lot of your staff do not yet have TINs, but they have unique identifiers. For those of you on IPs, for example, University of Calabar, today we see you on IPs, tomorrow we don't see you. Then the lecturer said they want, what's the other thing they say they want? Huh? Good man. UTAS, lecturer said they don't trust IP, want UTAS. So whether it's MITAS or UTAS, eventually, will integrate so that, because I see a lot of your staff, we have a lot of issues when they come for tax clearance certificates. There was a year, about some years ago, 3 UCTH staff came. We looked at them, the remittances, 5-point-something million. We couldn't balance it. We said, come, there's a problem here. This is a calculation. This. They are under remitting. Me, I need my money now. So what do? Then we keep going in back audits and front audits, and we want to eliminate all that. So please, all this is work in progress. We will make sure that more and more training is done for our consultants, for key large individuals. For example, signing managed certificates, it's not ideal. Once this is done, even if you have 4,000 or 5,000 workers, you give the electronic tax clearance. It's easier. Every month, once use the pay model, we just send you your information, electronically, once we have all the necessary details. Thank you very much. So we'll take more questions.
From the look on our faces, we don't want more questions. True or false? Anyway, we'd like to give an opportunity to our sponsors. Yes, to please make a few remarks or maybe presentation. I know Zenith Bank is ready. Globus has informed us that they didn't come prepared for any presentation. Zenith Bank, quickly, please. Chairman has approved 5 minutes or less. 5 minutes or less.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Zenith Bank, and as we have been introduced, I just came to market a very important product and a very important platform that was introduced for businesses. Now we call it the SME Grow My Business. I'm going to be very simple, looking at just 4 aspects: the account opening, the features and benefits, and maybe likely questions. First of all, the account opening. To open an account on the SME Grow My Business is a platform of its own that is for business people like you. To open an account now is 0 account opening. That means you can start up with your little business. As far as your business is registered under the CSE, you can start up somewhere. Now, let's look at the features. We have the Google mapping. Now, what we mean by Google mapping is this platform will help you to be visible to the world. Now, when you're on Google, you are like visible to the world. You can easily search for your business online. They will create a platform for you to be easily accessible online, and people can locate where you are. Also, we have trainings that will, from time to time, there'll be trainings for you where they will educate you on how to improve your business. And we have the loan. Yes, people, when we go out to market, people say, is there any opportunity for loans? Yes. Now, like business women, they have a registered business and they want to have loan. Zenith Bank has created a platform where we call the Z Woman. That is also, you can also do it under that SME. Now, that Z Woman, you can have a single-digit loan interest rate. What I mean by that is 9% interest rates for a year. Imagine you having an interest rate of 9% in a year. That's like 0 point a month. It sounds shocking, but it's the reality. People have been accessing these loans. Now, for the SME platform, we also have the 9% interest rates for you in case you want a loan under that platform. We also help you under the SME to partner with other big businesses to give you great connections for your business to flow. Now, because of shortness of time, I'll just go over to the benefits. We have low account maintenance charge. Now, in that kind of account, you'll be charged as low as 2,000 naira a month, no matter how much is in your account. Like if you have up to 20 million naira in that account, imagine you have as a businessman that you say they're always charging you too much. Imagine you having 20 million naira in your account and they're charging you only 2,000 naira a month. It's as nice as that. Now, for that, the important part of that account is 20,000 naira must always be in that account for you to be charged that 2,000 naira every month. We also have, if you have up to 50,000 naira in that account at the beginning of your opening the account, you have the opportunity to have a free checkbook. We just made this platform so easy and accessible for young and also people that are in businesses that want to also have an opportunity to save in the bank and still make money on their business, instead of them to say, data I invest my business, my money for my business somewhere because they are taking a lot of my money from the bank. So we brought up this platform for you. Now, apart from the SME Grow My Business platform, we have also these other platforms that you can open an account. Like, I don't know, some of us are parents here. We have the platform called the Zeka. You can open an account for your children. Now, that platform, what we just need is just the child's birth certificate, your ID card, a recent Nepal from where you stay, and the passport. It's as simple as that. Those are just simple documents to open the account, and you have access to the account. We also have the Aspire for young people. Maybe you have children that are up to 16 years, have the NIN. They can have an account too. They are the ones that will run the account. We have the easy save. In case some of you say, I'm not with my ID card here, I'm not with my NEPA bill, you can still open an account as low as a passport. You can have an account. And we have the normal savings. That one just requires your ID, NEPA bill, and passport. As simple as that. And that account can carry any amount of money. They call that the normal savings account. Those are just simple platforms that we have made available for everyone that you can access anytime. Just branch into any Zenith Bank branch near you, closest to you, and you'll be attended to. And we have a spot outside there. In case you need our card, we can give it to you so that you can contact us anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Chairman, Cross River State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Akpanke Oga, the Special Advisor, Internal Revenue Service, Chris Oga, the Director of Admin, Mrs. Omini, and all other directors, as well as staff of the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service. Here present, participants at this one-day webinar and sensitization exercise, members of the press, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The event has been the one-day webinar and sensitization exercise organized by the Cross River State Internal Revenue Service. The venue has been the Huggies Hotel here in Calabar. We'd like to appreciate all of us who have made time out here to be part of these events. I would like to quickly invite for the closing remarks the Director, Personal Income Tax, Mr. Matthias Ashube.
The Chairman, Cross River Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Akpanke, Director, Admin, other management staff, directors here, and our participants, both online and physical. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for your time, to thank you for the patience, even the challenges we were having from the beginning. Some of you participate fully to understand with us. We want to say that thank you. And at this note, we want to assure you that Cross River Revenue is going digital. The higher will come, more than what you have seen today. And I believe that with your cooperation, everything will be easier for both all of us. As I just went back to the office to pick something, if I show you what I was passing through because of information, if we have this, we don't even need all those type of stress. So with God on our side, with the cooperation and all of us, because it's a process that all of us must sit down and learn. Even at your own private time, in your bedroom, we continue to, because all of us, even with your phone, will be able to follow and be able to understand. And from tomorrow, next day, you will see that task will become something that we can be communicated even at the market square, even at the church, everywhere, without more stress. So I want to use this opportunity once again to tell you that Internal Revenue Service, Cross River Internal Revenue Service, is presently one of the 8 internal revenue in the country that are already going digital. So with a small state that we are struggling, and I can assure you that our performance before the end of the year, maybe you will hear more results about our digital information. So thank you, and I want to use this opportunity to thank God for giving all the good health to be here, and we will continue to interface with you in all the new developments that are coming up. And as we have been told by the technical department, please, if you don't give your good email address, give it. Most of these things that we are doing here will be forwarded to your email for further review and further question. We are there at any time, any day. Come in, drop your message, drop your question. We'll be able to handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please rise as we share the grace? May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit rest and abide with us now and forevermore. Surely God's goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. And so, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this event, hoping that we gather again like this shortly for another sensitization. Until then, is thank you and God bless you.
Okay, let me send out everybody. Okay. Okay, we've finally come to the end of the streaming, and so we are ending. So we'll end the session. So thanks for bringing us. Thank you so much. Enjoy the screen sharing. In the meantime, thank you. Thank you, God. No. Check your pocket.
Kalu is locking his shop again. I think those tax people are here and he is running away from them as usual. The last time I confronted him, he confided in me. He said he had paid to some men wearing red t-shirts. According to him, it was cheaper and they gave him a fake manual receipt. As for me, Naimeka, man, there is no need to run. I pay my tax right here from the comfort of my shop. You don't mean it.
Make we pay our tax. Yes, so be like a maker. Pay your taxes at any commercial bank close to you, Crutech, Ekondo, and Unical Microfinance banks, or via POS at IRS offices. You can also pay your tax online via quickteller.com/CrossRiver MSA. Collect your e-tickets immediately and obtain your receipts at CRIRS office. Don't pay money to anybody. Pay your tax with ease. For more information, call 0802-567-0608 or 0806-627-6829. CRIRS. It all starts with your tax.
This message is brought to you by Cross River Internal Revenue Service.
Thank you. I'm ending. Ending. 5, 4.